Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding, a stream where we write a game automation app, macro engine, as some people might call it. It differs from most others because in here, rather than writing scripts, you can use those toys. You place them on the board, connect them, and they can do stuff. Here I can, for example, schedule 2 timers to run in sequence. Like now this runs. I can make them faster. But you can see that, hey, they are creating a loop. And recently, the past 2 streams, we've spent working on proper Z ordering of connections between objects. So now this finally works. There are still some edge cases that I think... There's one tiny edge case that I will handle today. And after we are done with this, we are going to play with Claude Opus. So Claude released a new version of their most capable model. And there are some tasks in Automat where a capable model would be very useful. So we will see if it can actually do this. So internally, in Automat, all those toys that we have available here, they actually form 2 different families. There are old toys and the new toys. And you can distinguish them because some of them have shadows and some of them don't. The old toys do not have shadows, the new ones have shadows. And today I would like to see if Claude Opus could migrate the old toys to this new style. We will see if this will work. Before we start, I will try to fix one more issue. The issue is that right now I'm using a trick, a hack, to properly draw connections. So when I pick up a connection, this one, you can see that this connection here, it disappears below this timer. There's actually a hack here that makes this work, and you can see a side effect of this bug when I stop this. And now, when I move this object around, you can see that this connection is suddenly broken. This is because... This is because I am applying clipping to properly, draw those connections. It's also a nice, should also look nicely now, yeah. Now you can even see that, hey, there is the shape of this timer was subtracted from the shape of this connection. It goes away, right? Whenever something happens, this issue goes away. Okay. Yeah. And I drag this object or this or any of the connections, it's going to fix itself. But I don't want this to happen. So I will apply a fix first. I did some changes here. So I removed the location schedule run function, which is part of a bigger effort, location apocalypse, where we are removing functions from the location class. So location is slowly losing functionality, and this is great. This is awesome. So I will actually make the text larger so you can see what I'm writing. This is a live coding stream. We should see the code. Okay. So that was one small thing. I was working on the Z ordering of stream, and yes, I finally managed to do something hard. So we had this piece of code that was running every frame that traversed the full tree of widgets, like all of the widgets in Automat, and did the ordering. This sorting, the ordering, was linear, and I don't like this. I think Automat should be able to display infinite number of widgets, and the complexity should not be related to all of the widgets kind of in existence in computer memory, only the widgets which are on screen. And I figured out how to do this. So there is a new function inside the widget called isAbove, and this function runs in, maybe I shouldn't say constant time, because it depends on the depth of the widget hierarchy, but no, not on the breadth of the widget hierarchy anymore. Maybe breadth of just one object. This could be accelerated. It could really be constant. Anyway. So there is no longer this sorting phase in Automat. Everything is happening. All of the widgets kind of reordering, reparenting. It happens when I'm picking up and dropping objects. Okay, let's start with this clipping issue. This clipping issue should be simple, and we can actually play with Claude already. So the update. Actually, no, I will use Claude code here. I think this environment has slightly better lower token usage, I think. So oh, and I was checking up open code, but oh, it was such a slow environment. They have some free quota. But yeah, you have to wait for so long before it does anything. I really prefer paid subscription because here I do not wait for anything. I could do this by marking some variables, but I actually had a plan. By Okay, let's see if this simple change, if Claude is capable of doing this simple change. This is really nothing crazy. There are functions in widget that can be used. Is this closest function that I can use? I could call just closest parenthesis machine, and it should. This is how it should be implemented. So I want to see if this is how Cloud Opus will do it. This is really a two-line change. I just want to see if it can figure out how to do it cleanly using the available functions. Exactly. No. No. Okay. Okay, we don't need it to verify the build. We can do this. So the fix was really this one line. So now I can put this here. When I drag it, the clipping is active. I can even see very tiny visual glitches related to this. When I drop it, it's doing this. Okay, so the fix is not correct. It is clearing the clip, but it should also reorder the widgets. Okay, this is well. I need to do some reordering of locations. could be here. There is drop location here. So the problem here is that when two locations, like two toys, are connected by a cable, they have to be drawn one after the other, and if there are any toys lying like in the paint sequence, if there is any toy between them, that toy could cause problems. Yeah, because it could obscure, it could be drawn between a connection, and we just need to make sure that all toys that obscure okay, explaining what to do to the AI is like half of the problem solving. Here, what we really need to do is walk over this. Okay, and this comment is actually valuable, and those changes are decent. I will commit them. So okay. I think I am not allowing edits, so I will be able to see if it's making any silly mistakes. Okay, here's a plan. Let me see what it says. don't think we have function ref, unfortunately. Yeah. But yeah, it would be very useful. Passing base here. There's no need for base it, I think. Why? And this implementation is so kind of, it's written like in reverse order. So it should really just follow the same, like first extract base it, because this iterator is valid here. Here, should use base it here. There's no point for querying base it at the start, by the way. Anyway. Then I need race stack. Okay, this is fine. Oh, it's asking me a question. This is fantastic. This is actually exactly how... And this is actually an important design decision. I think it should be included.
Mr. Fix says,
Tip regarding open code, I'm using it with GitHub Copilot Enterprise subscription. They're allowing to use token from your subscription usage instead of paying for API. It has much higher usage available within same price plan than CC.
Oh, nice. I was just trying open code. I was using the default big pickle thing. It's so slow, so incredibly slow. You're saying that this one actually works with subscription. Private mode AI. Yeah, I guess I will play with this on my local machine. I really want to see if local models can be useful for anything, because if they can, like, even for the simplest things, I can just leave it so that it runs, overnight and tries to fix some bugs. And I don't have to worry with tokens being used. It will just, it's winter here. It will warm up my apartment.
Tried and failed for everything, but GitHub Copilot works very nice. Also, you can check my open code. It's a bunch of predefined agents and CPs, which coordinates nice.
Sisyphus, yeah, that's a nice name. Ultra work. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that all of those tools, they run in terminal, and if they just started a local web server, I could like interact with them through a website, and no, through a website they could provide much nicer experience, like the ability to browse the code, to to see what the agent is doing.
For bugs, that's my use case. DHLI, asking Sisyphus Atlas to handle it and create PR as a result. For easy bugs, the only thing that's left is to review manual check.
Yeah.
Web starts web server.
Nice. Wow. Thanks. By the way, this is exactly what I meant. It's just language. I change the language. I can. Oh, Teams. So nice. Yeah, I think I will use this tool. I think I will. And you say, oh, my code is slightly better. It has some...
Happy to help old colleague from Amthro.
Oh. Nice. I'm trying to guess who you could be, but yeah, I do not want to kind of spend too much time reading stuff on stream. I will probably delve deeply after the stream, and maybe on Monday we will try all my open code.
Kuba took over class right after you.
Oh, nice. After I told it to update the extract stack function, this is exactly how I would write it. Like this second version. I'm just not sure about swapping smart pointers. Yeah, I guess it should be fine. Okay, it seems that it finished. It says everything is compiling correctly. But it didn't really finish. It implemented those stacking functions. I'm actually not sure if they work. Let me see. And now this crashed. Okay. Wonderful. We'll just run debugger. Debugger should tell me where the crash comes from, because the code looks kind of nice. And the debug build is compiling. Yeah. It looks great. Let's see. I can cause it to crash. So picking the front one works. The second one works. The third one is a crash. Okay, for some reason there is a null pointer in the locations array. Yeah. The top one, for some reason, is empty. Maybe instead of reversing, I will insert it. Stop. Works, crashes. And I want to see where this problem starts. Maybe for stack is reporting bad indices. This is 0. 1, 0. Good. Something is wrong. Why does it... I think it should return first 1, then 0. Yeah. 1, 0, 2. For stack is doing something weird. Oh yes, this callback base index, this should be the first one. Okay, so this is what was causing the problem. Should be just 0. Should be 1, 0. Okay, this was definitely correct. the indices should be decreasing. So we shouldn't iterate from the last one. Just iterate through them like that. Okay, everything is correct now. I think I should be able to do those things. Yep. Okay. And then I want to finish this drag action in the distractor. Here? No, it was in drop location. Whoa, okay. There is something already here. It's not exactly what I wanted, because it's in the shape of the other end of the connection. I actually wanted to have not the to raise not this stack, This is clipping. I guess that works. I don't know. I don't think we'll ever get rid of glitches, but I think this stack raising isn't actually that bad. I guess it's fine. I didn't really want to do this. I just wanted to get the point where the connection ends. But I guess this is also fine. Actually, not that bad. Okay. Okay, so that was the bug I wanted to fix. I am surprised it actually worked. Now the hard part, splitting widgets and objects. I even had a list somewhere, which each one. Location is going to be the hardest. Timer. I guess we can start with timer. There was some documentation about this. Or not. Okay, and this is the big test, because if Claude can do this kind of stuff, this was like the biggest thing that was forcing me to not fix memory management, not clean up memory properly. I just had a lot of issues because I have this conflict. I have those objects which are multi-threaded and widgets which are single-threaded. And I kind of need to split them. This is a lot of work though, this splitting. It is mostly mechanical work, so maybe Claude is going to be able to help here. It's doing. Window is a nice example. It's taking its time. Okay, we have some plan mode. We shouldn't plan. Definitely not in a rush. Yeah, if you can split timer, then I will just continue doing this with all of the... I have the prompt. We'll just continue with all of the other objects. Macro recorder number. I think mouse click is fixed already. Just object. So mouse is fixed. We can delete this one. Macro recorder. Yeah, macro recorder needs to be split. Increment. I think I deleted increment. Number is... yeah, number needs to be split. Hotkey. This hotkey also needs... machine, yeah. And location, finally. Not that many objects. Oh, this is quite a plan. Looks perfect. So actually, timer is probably, like, number is the easiest. Timer, macro, hotkey, those are easy mode widgets, like objects that have to be split. The difficulties are going to start with machine and location. Machine, which I think I will rename to board for this. Before this split. Yeah. This is something that lives kind of between UI and the computational core, because machine tracks positions of objects. I'm checking my token usage. It already used half tokens for this whole planning. ULM Studio. Guess it would be nice to have this compatibility. Yeah, there are plenty of issues like that. It keeps encountering some problems. This is good. We just need to see if it can solve them correctly. See if we have any nice models. The absolutely massive 48GB model. Maybe this one. See if the toys work. If the new timer toy works. Not quite. See, shapes. Shapes also don't seem to work. For some reason. on here? Something very weird happened with hotkey. Its connection just disappears completely. Okay, it shouldn't return empty path. It should return full shape. Maybe this was the problem. Yeah, now it's better. The stuff that's happening to the hotkey is very strange. Oh. But I think this timer split seems to be good. Let me just scan through the changes. Massive changes. It's weird. This one should not be moved. Okay. It probably just moved some things around. Yeah. everything looks... I mean, there's tons of code. The LLM could have injected a very tiny bug somewhere. It's nice that it moved all of those annoying things out. Okay, I am committing this. It would be like an hour-long refactoring for me, this timer speed. I think there are some issues with hotkey, so maybe the hotkey could be the next one to be fixed. A small thing about long running. Timer CC. Yeah, it should be this. Is done. Timer was split. Ooh. that timer split, it was almost perfect. The only issue was that it kind of made one mistake in the part shape function. Otherwise, it was very nice. At least this is the one issue that I noticed. I guess it's not a bad idea to explore the code base well before implementing stuff. Probably it's probably a pretty decent approach. It's using a lot of tokens. Yeah. Probably that. Okay, this is nice. I connected to devstrat small. See the plan. there is something very wrong here. This will iterate over each toy. There could be many toys and replace the hotkey reference. Should not work like that. There's something like a global list of keyboards. I am slowly running out of context, but it resets in 9 minutes, so maybe this is just perfect. I should configure this. Yikes. How do I get the API key? Sweet. So now I should be able to select model from here. I do not have a large choice. Okay, let's see if this hotkey works.
KYADUMI says,
Sup, bro?
They I don't know why connection is so broken here. So the hotkey now got the shadow. Okay. Changing the key stopped working. I can press F11. F11 activates the hotkey, but I cannot change the hotkey itself. Okay, my context is almost used. I have 5 minutes before reset. It's just enough time to make some tea. So I could debug this myself, but hey, Opus made the mistake. It should fix it. So be right back. Okay, we can continue testing. I would like to see, because I think this hotkey, it worked for a second. I think I was able to change a key once. See, it worked. Okay, now it works. That connection problem, I think it was present even before. I will see if there is... maybe this crash was actually related to this problem. Okay, crash. This is what I wanted. Or not crash. It's more like I'm out of video memory. More threads. Memory is waiting. Waiting. Thread 11 is doing nobody knows what. Thread 15 also. Weird. Zoom everything. Okay, there is a bug here. Connection widget has parent location, blah blah blah, but should have something different. I want to see when this starts happening. This is nice when I set a hotkey. And the keys are no longer controlling Automat. This is interesting. Connection widget has parent pointer widget, but should have location. This bug should really not happen. This means that while we were listing children of the parent location, that location reported this connection widget. This is the important function, the reparent connection widget. Okay. For some reason, unparenting did not work. Actually, do not need a debug build. A regular build would be fine. But that's fine. Hmm. Now, this is strange. The location does not match. They are so close. 16 bytes away. How is this possible? It's a massive tag. It should be giant. I will commit this hotkey split. It doesn't seem to be wrong. It's probably fine. I had some nice code there, but yeah, it removed it. This issue that I'm having is a completely separate one. multiple inheritance dispointer issue. Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like it. Okay. Given that we have just split hotkey, I think we can remove it from this place here. Just 4 objects to split now. If this is the case, then... Wow. How did it even work? Oh. Seems to work now. Okay, we still are having some issues, but now I see that we should have used erase and not remove, probably making this issue in more places. Yep. I'll remove the logging, and yeah, that was a pretty serious bug. Okay, looks nice. Time to continue the crusade against object widget hybrids. Super nice. Yeah, this is how it should look. Now we are kind of close to being done. Like number, yeah, it's just split number. It was really nice. Those macro recorder is still going to be simple. Machine and location. Oh yeah, they will hurt. Very strange. Okay, doesn't matter. Look at this suggestion. Now let's split macro recorder. Yes, exactly. And this is nice. This is nice. It's even prompting itself. Yeah, macro recorder is a slightly more complex object. So I see why this one would require more thought. Okay, I don't think this is entirely correct. Pointer logger should probably be part of macro. Ah, no, it's fine, it's fine. It deleted this line, and then added it back here. Okay. 19 tokens. It just consumed like 40% of usage, just like that. It's like that. I guess it's compacting the context or something like that. Anyway, it seems like it will do this for a while. In the meantime, maybe we can grab another video from interface studies. Let me pause the music. And how appropriate vibe coding and wait time brain rot. Yeah, this is what consumes so many tokens.
Today we're going to discuss an interesting phenomenon named vibe coding. Welcome to Interface Studies. My name is Saleh. Today we're going to discuss an interesting phenomenon named vibe coding. Large language models and vibe coding more broadly have flipped software development on its head. For years, the bottleneck was human speed. Machine idled, waiting for keystrokes. Now, the right phase is moving from the developer's hands into a probabilistic black box. Increasingly, the developer's job is shifting from authoring or typing line by line, even with some assistance, to orchestrating, guiding, testing, and framing intent, or prompting. But this shift brings a new kind of lag. Not a wait for the team to ship thousands of lines, but a quiet delay during development of a few minutes here and several minutes there.
Like right now.
Too short to leave your desk, too long to stay in flow. In this gap, developers and vibe coders wait. Some stare at the spinner or simply multitask, delegating other tasks to other agents. Developers tap over to Reddit.
But the absurd thing about this context compaction is that once I reached the full context, it consumed half of the tokens for my session just to do the compaction. Half of it. Insane. Okay.
Video, or maybe a few TikToks. Then a new IDE did something different. It's probably one of the sharpest and most cynical examples of the responses to this trend. CHAD, the Brainrot IDE. A Y Combinator-backed project, and its premise is almost nihilistic. While the AI is generating code, the developer is dead weight. Instead of letting you wander, it pipes distraction straight into the editor. When the generation starts, the editor splits. A pane slides open. Not docs, but brain rot. Short-form high dopamine clips or little gambling games. The moment it finishes, the pane snaps shut, yanking your attention back to the code. Promoted as a way to avoid being bored while vibe coding, it actually endorses a fragmented model of work born out of a shift to code generation. A shift coming with LLMs and definitely has a price. Now, beyond the likely cynical play of CHAD IDE, as their YC video hinting at serving ads during generation, there is a real point here. The wait time exists. Now, to see why filling the wait window with distraction is harmful with
in this wait window, there was always something like that. You always have to wait for the, your stuff to rebuild or, tests to run. This waiting is nothing new. It's not really I think, related to AI at all. It's more like this TikTok is very... It's kind of a new thing that affects, development. Oh, that was fun. Okay, macro recorder works wonderfully. Yeah, I am impressed. And it now has shadow. Sweet. The amazing thing about the stuff that's happening today was that a year ago, I started doing this split and I said, you know what? This is such a brain dead work. I will just wait for models to get slightly better so that they can do it. And it seems like we are there right now. The models can do it, but all of this, that was pretty much simple stuff. Now I would like this Opus model to do a tricky split. So macro recorder is done. It was split. Now we'll take care of location and machine. It's going to be a big test for Opus, if it can do it properly. Yeah, I'm going to be positively impressed. I'm just wondering, maybe and there are some free credits that I think I will use actually for Cloud Opus, for testing the new Cloud Opus. Okay, enabled. So next, actually I wonder about location. Fixing the music. I need to do some thinking right now. Some hard thinking. We have those two words. There is word of objects and word of widgets in Automat. And this board and all of the locations, they live kind of in between. Because most objects, they don't care about their visual appearance. This is left to widgets. Widgets, toys, whatever we call them, they are handling the rendering animation and stuff like that. So location is kind of like a part. A part is something that is not. It cannot manage its own memory. It is managed as a part of something else. The main memory management class is reference counted in Automat. So object is an autonomous object. It can be allocated, deallocated, and other things in Automat can acquire references to objects, and if the object goes away, those references will reflect that. So location and trackable is a part. I think I should rename this part to something else, like Atom. I think Atom is a very good name for this. Also rewrite this documentation, but whatever. Okay, I think if widget, I think if location becomes a simple widget, it's not great, not great.
Tom says.
Hi. Do you have any playlists you listen to while working?
Actually, no. Like normally when I work, I do not play or listen to music at all. You're on YouTube, so you probably don't hear it, but there is a music playing right now on Twitch and on my local web server. But anyway, I think music, especially music with words, is too kind of distracting. Even if you try to focus your attention on something else, those words, they have a tendency of finding a way, at least for me, into my brain. And, when I think about things, I sometimes talk to myself in my head. So I vocalize my thoughts. And I think songs which have lyrics, especially, they affect this vocalization. And just any noises are distracting. So normally I do not listen to music at all. I only listen to music on stream. But when I listen to music, it is the stuff that's currently playing in the playlist. Usually some oldies, some soundtracks, stuff like that.
Makes sense, thanks.
What is the location really doing right now? Storing position, some animation properties. And I think this whole process probably needs some steps, extra steps. I do this. This is not really a split. Actually, just never was a proper object. So I see that location pretty much so the only thing which is not related, not part of widget is the position here.
Do you have any other tips for staying focused while working? By the way, what ID is that?
You asked about music. In terms of audio, I tend to isolate myself completely. I have some noise cancelling headphones. I sometimes wear them without any sound playing, just, you know, absolute silence. It works and it helps. It's like those sensory isolation chambers almost. You know, you don't hear what's happening behind the wall, you don't hear what's happening in the other room. It's pretty nice. It may be silly, but one thing that really helps is being interested in what you're doing. It really depends on the mindset. So if you have a mindset that you are doing something that you do not want to do, it is going to be hard to stay concentrated. You will think about other things, you know, playing some games, whatever you will do after you, I don't know, come home or stuff like that. But if you really like, you know, what you're coding, it's very easy to get lost. It's like binging on a TV show, kind of. You almost forget that the time is passing. And this is something that you have some influence on. Like, you can actually convince yourself, even if you do not like something, you can almost, if you try, you will see it sometimes work. You can convince yourself that you are enjoying doing something that you do not enjoy. It's about, I don't even know how to call this. It's not auto-hypnosis, but it's somewhat like that. It's like, you can do this only by thinking. It doesn't really need any job. You just have to think, maybe I do enjoy this. And yeah, you can basically make your mind tolerate work a little bit better this way. And you also asked about the IDE. So the IDE is called Z. Z. And this one is using a specific theme. So this is a special theme for writing Automat. You can get it from Z Themes. Yeah. It's called Blueprint or Automat. there are some principles behind this specific theme. In the color choices, this is actually meant to use similar colors to the ones that we see in nature. So it's not using stuff like purple or some weird shades. The blue, this is a deep blue that you could see on some ice, in water, on the evening sky.
Dang, I'm also using said, but I haven't recognized it because of this theme. D.
Yeah, and the blue color in the background, there is some science behind using blue backgrounds. Long ago, in the 80s or 90s, there was some research about colors and which colors promote wakefulness. So which colors make you more attentive, you know. And the blue was the strongest one. Like the blue color, it works kind of like a, maybe not as strongly as coffee, but this is the general principle. It makes you more awake. So this is the opposite of, you know, dark themes, which are very reddish. That way, that allow you to maybe relax more.
Isn't it bad for eyes' health?
I don't know. I know that bright light is very bad for eyes health. But I'm not sure if colors are the problem. I'm not an expert. It definitely will make it harder to fall asleep later. Because this melatonin, I think the blue color inhibits melatonin production. Or, yeah. And melatonin is like a hormone that eyes produce, I think. That will, or maybe not eyes, but it's related to the brightness outside. And that helps you sleep.
I'll try it.
Oh, and there is one more property. Location position. It's also location object. This is the part that actually owns the object. This is what keeps the object alive. Okay, time to do some pieces. I'm thinking about this, and this location, parent location, this is actually not a bad pattern. So in location, question has stick. How does stick work? Oh yeah, I see, I see. Clever. I'm storing everything in the matrix, and I am decomposing matrix into current values. Okay. Those update observers. Oh, crazy things are happening. Is this actually calling sub-agents? Okay. I will do this later, but those sub-agents, they create problems. Single command, it hasn't even started work. It used more than 20% of users. And it's still not done with everything. Oh. Speaking of wait time brain rots, let's continue.
Chad, or any other distraction really, we have to understand attention. An important point here is attention residue. Researcher Sophie Leroy showed that when you switch from task A to task B, assuming task A is coding while task B is distraction, your attention doesn't jump cleanly. Some of task A sticks in your head. Now for developers, the reverse is worse. When the AI finishes and the brain rot pain snaps shut, you're looking at the code diff. Task A, while your brain is still riding the dopamine from the video. Task B. Deep work, or System 2 thinking, the slow analytical mode, takes a hit. Studies suggest that it can take up to 23 minutes to fully regain deep focus after a context switch. Over time, this leads to cognitive drift, a gradual resetting of the human's baseline for evaluation due to over-reliance on automation. In cycle 1, the developer scrutinizes the AI code. But in cycle 50, with distraction, the developer wants the wait to be over and return to the dopamine source, whatever it is. This triggers a stack collapse. In traditional coding, you keep a live mental stack of variables, control flow, edge cases in working memory. When the write phase moves to an AI, you shift into reading. If the wait is filled with high stimulus distraction, the stack drops. You return and have to cold boot your mental model, which often leads to shallow reviews. Now, large language models and code generation is here to stay, and the goal isn't to erase wait time. But reasoning models will think more, and the latency will grow. The goal is to find a way to turn this wait window from a distraction trap into a design intermission. And I think with it, there will be a change in habits, probably user interfaces, and processes. Here are...
This is a nice UI. And those cards that are shifting like that. I was trying to figure out a similar UI for Assembler. Assembler has something similar in Automat. The one thing that it's doing is that it's actually using alpha blending. Alpha blending is not the best way to fade between two physical objects.
User interfaces and
Here,
processes. Here are some...
Because the two objects are kind of fading through each other. It's not how physical objects behave. But even though it's not physical, the advantage here is that things do not move too much. They do not... Because if I wanted to, for example, make the cards behave properly, one card would have to move out and, avoid the card in front of it. So there would be a lot more movement, and the text would be harder to read. And with this, you get very subtle movement. So yeah, things are not jumping all over the screen. This is a nice way to scroll through information. I used all of my quota just for planning. There was no code edited. Crazy stuff. Yeah, okay. Back to this.
Some explorations I went through attempting to understand this wait time distraction problem. Let's talk about intent journaling. In intent journaling, we're almost reviving hammock-driven development. which in simple terms means stepping away to think, but slightly updated for the AI era. Before prompting, we can keep a running log of intent, not implementation. We can also do a pre-mortem. While waiting, we write likely failure points. When code arrives, we're no longer passive readers because we used that time productively. We're grading against our understanding and expectations, engaging analytical thinking immediately.
Hey, this is nice.
And from
This is
there,
nice.
we move into the wait.
This is basically doing documentation in between while you are waiting for the system to build.
Window. The solution here is probably active wait. Current IDEs, even AI ones, display a passive spinner, sometimes reasoning steps, signaling the need to wait. Others, like Kiro and Google's anti-gravity, might provide a plan before the generation starts, which is good. But what would be helpful here is finding a way for that interface to engage the developer in active wait. The first idea is the engagement queue, a dedicated pane that unlocks only while the AI is generating. It prompts the user to write unit tests or any kind of engagement while the code is being generated. Defining success criteria during this wait time will help us remain mentally synchronized with the problem logic, because we're engaged with it. Another approach is the diff narrative mode. Instead of raw text stream, a secondary, probably smaller AI model summarizes the architectural impact in real time. This forces the developer to acknowledge the scope of the change, or the architecture, before getting lost in the syntax, the implementation. Now, these were just some ideas or explorations trying to understand this new phenomenon.
This summarizing, I think this will probably lose a lot of important things, because this is what AI is actually has problems with. Sometimes when it's just fixing a bug, it will make a seemingly benign decision that actually has large implications on the architecture. Like it says, oh, I will store a pointer here, and because it stored the pointer, it will cause, concurrency issues, much later on. And for example, it should have used some, more clever, like reference tracking, or I don't know. It's very hard for AI to spot those things. They are just so fast. They jump to implementation. It's like, I kind of know how it feels, but they do not have this hunch for which decisions are with consequences and which are benign.
There's quite a lot of research required to understand it better and take measurable action against it. And as models are getting better, modern reasoning models and agents can take even more than a few minutes to generate code. They can reach up to 20 or 30 minutes and even more. This means that filling the wait time with distractions is even more appealing and probably more damaging. For example, it will be extremely difficult to verify the massive artifacts returned by the model. The wait window will probably become the primary work time. Code production will become the background task. And for the benefits that come with that, there will be opportunistic solutions, rapidly increased complexity, and a need to change.
This one has only 500 views. This is crazy. That was an amazing video. There is one thing, very important thing, critically important thing that was completely skipped here, is that when you look at code, you are loading your brain with a problem. And then later on, even if you are not thinking on the problem, if you're sleeping, if you're watching, a video or like some TV series, your brain keeps working on the problem in the background. So You will notice this if you are in this field for a long time. Sometimes you just have to look at a problem and you will not solve the problem when you are looking at it. But the next day, in the morning, when you're waking up, when you're brushing your teeth, you will realize, oh yeah, I know how to solve the problem now. This is because brain has this background processing facility where if you load your brain with some problem, it will start solving the problem in the background. The loading is difficult. It requires spending time with a problem. It's not like you can just look at a problem and it will solve itself. You actually have to struggle for a bit. It has to be a little bit painful, but then your brain will pick it up and start, processing the problem in the background. It's nice. This is the nicest way to solve problems. It doesn't require after you've spent time, staring at the screen, being unable to solve the problem, this is the painful part. But after that, you can just step away, do other things, and the problem will kind of solve itself in your head. It's amazing how this works. Okay, let's see this question. So model has some question to me about important design decision. I love those questions. Models should ask them all the time instead of inspecting code base, instead of wasting tokens. Just ask me, I can tell it. Oh yeah. Device cached widget. And it's an interesting workaround that it introduced this. It wants to introduce this cached widget. Makes sense. It does make sense. Yeah, should absolutely be defined in their file. I am officially out of usage. Let me go through this plan. Sweet. Yep. This is a nice solution for each toy. think that location could store location widget internally for now, before the toy store is expanded. And this, the closest location widget. Actually, I guess I can let it implement this plan, because fixing it is not that hard. It's just two overloads.
says, Hello Kisu33. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English. Please use English in chat. Thank you.
Yeah, I speak Polish, but I do have a bot that detects Polish on stream, just to keep the stream.
Linusoni1816 says,
English.
Kisu33 says,
Hey, how much Opus 4.6 differ from 4.5?
So I noticed a couple changes. One is, maybe it did this before, but I haven't seen this even once. It is asking me clarifying questions about the design. And it is asking about tricky parts of the design, yes, here. So I asked it to implement a bigger change. It basically consumed half of my context. And it asked me about, in which file to put some class definition. Seems benign, but this is actually a very important decision. It seems like it is slowly starting to notice those small but very rich in consequences decisions. 2, it is using a lot more time to plan, and the plans, it seems like it's noticing many problems ahead of time now. So it hasn't even started implementing stuff, but it already noticed that, hey, I will have to change how some helper type works. Like I will need to add new methods to support the stuff that I want to do now. So it used a lot of tokens to come up with this plan, but this plan is really good. Yeah, I am positively surprised. I think this whole refactoring I wanted to do, I think I should first start by changing the toy store class. But not in the way that the model wants to change it.
Seems fun. Have you ever coded anything related to kernel drivers?
Yep. Remotely related. I have a mouse that didn't have Linux drivers. So I wrote a tiny driver for that mouse, for the extra buttons, but that's about it. And maybe some stuff, not really kernel related, but let's say.
Do you have any suggestions on bypassing the EV signing certificate to allow normal users to experience it as well? Or is it a necessary step in order to make production-ready software?
This is only needed because people will install whatever they find on the internet. And then they blame, Microsoft. I guess it does make the operating system slightly more secure. So,
yeah, but like $450 here is a steal, haha big.
Is it how much it costs? This is a lot. So you cannot do drivers without... I really thought software signing is much cheaper, something like $100 dollars. Wow.
Yeah, 1800 Pula and year 1 degree. Or maybe I have the wrong sources.
Let me check something, because actually in Automat there is a piece of code that will have to be signed. So pressing mouse buttons or keyboard buttons, this is easy. We can use system APIs for this. But gamepads, to simulate gamepads, you need to have a custom driver in the system. So I had... Oh yeah, this. This link about signing. I even remember that there was some company that would sign. You know, open source apps.
The question remains whether artifact signing supports driver as well.
You mean that there could be a slightly different... Drivers definitely have to be signed. The question is that, is it the same kind of permission, same kind of signature? You mentioned EV signing. So EV signing is the one where you associate some legal entity with the signature. So the company that provides the signature needs to verify that you are you. Don't remember. The price seems high. I don't know if it's as high. I never signed anything really, but I mean, I only signed stuff with my own self-generated certificates. I never really bought any of them. So gamepad, if I want to add a gamepad to Automat, the binary will have to be signed.
Yeah, the EV signing is expensive when looked up on Google for all the companies that do the certificates.
There is one trick that I'm using in one place.
The Windows is currently blocking my driver for any users. And for normal software, I could just self-sign it so it works for normal users.
I see. So I found this tool called Win Elevator. It is poorly documented. I don't know how I found it, but this is some kind of executable which was signed by JetBrains that will run another executable with administrator privileges. Yeah. Yeah, I just use it to install some files from the Automat's build script.
use of wine elevator to install unsigned driver?
Yeah, I don't remember. Maybe there is still a question popping out for the user where the user has to click yes. But the point is that once the user does it, the build system can install all dependencies. And they just install themselves properly. Okay, let me go here.
Need to check whether signed software can install any driver, even unsigned.
Yeah. That is unlikely, but who knows?
Tom says,
You said before that you were using ANC headphones. May I ask which model?
That was QC35. They're decent. They wear off quickly. Basically, every year you have to replace those foam pads, but they cost just a couple bucks. Cheap stuff, and you can replace them manually.
Thanks. God.
Yeah. So they will break, but when they will start breaking, you can actually replace the stuff that's wearing out quickly. Even battery. I also replaced battery once in them. Yeah.
Kisser33 says,
Do you work on a single agent, or do you have a master agent that delegates to sub-agents?
Actually, the latter, but this is something I need to change because it's using too much quota. Sub-agents, they just are so wasteful. Yeah, but I will probably change this later.
Have you noticed any improvements from having multiple agents running simultaneously?
Actually, not really. I mean, it is faster. Okay, so this is an improvement. There was this stage, like when I was like asking it to do the plan right now, this it started those exploration agents. So I guess they actually finished the work slightly faster than they would otherwise.
Defabuic says,
Hey, everyone!
Right? But it's not something I would actually recommend enabling unless you have a local model and you can spawn local subagents. So it's filling the context so fast that you will have to do compaction anyway. I think it's just better to let the kind of master model to not delegate and to just do the work itself. Hmm.
Dominic Kowalczyk DAT says,
Is that Vim, the IDE you are coding in?
I wouldn't say I'm coding in this. I would say I'm using this to preview the code. Because today I'm mostly prompting. Terminal, Cloud. I'm using Cloud. Nothing fancy. And the ID, this is Z.
Kissa33 says,
What's your Claude tier? 5x28x?
5x. I mean the Pro, the smaller subscription. But if you are on any of them, there was this small extra quota, 50 USD. Yeah, I intend to use it just now. I'm out of quota. Yeah, I'm now switching to this promotional usage. Okay. This will require tweaking the API of this find or null. I think the model should ask me. Now using extra usage, cool.
Do you think Anthropic will ever release a self-hosted version of Claude?
Who knows? Maybe they will. I think if it really depends how other local models work. There is a this is more of a business decision for them, right? If people switch to local models, they will probably try to find a way to compete with those local models. I guess then they will probably release a local version. Local models are not really that far. There are some Mistral models, there are some Chinese models. That's pretty much all we have.
Maybe like a license for self-hosted version, so you use however you like with a fee for access.
That would be interesting. You know, there is the reason that a lot of services and a lot of software is distributed through websites is because of piracy. It's because of, you know, this is like the easiest way to enforce licenses. You just keep the valuable logic on the server side. Even games are moving in this direction, like the online games. You can play a game, but the server is, you know, they do not distribute the server binaries. You can only use the official servers. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think they would be very hesitant about going this path. And I would as well if I was running a business. Because it allows somebody to pretty much copy your model. You know, there are places in the world where copyright is not really, you cannot get DMCA or copyright challenged. And if, you know, if a competitor is based in one of those jurisdictions, then you cannot really do anything about it. It's much safer to distribute your model through a website, like through an online service. With my usage, 4%, not that bad. Oh, it's compacting conversation again. Okay, let's see.
Agreed that it's safer for them, but on long enough time frame, when the world will rely heavily on their use. The cost of upkeep will keep the pricing high, especially if people can use a lot of quota.
There is this so as time, right? This is time. As time goes, you know, the capability of machines increases. So if there is some thing that you can do, so on this graph, let me draw it differently. So this section here, this is what you can do on a PC. This is what you can do on a smartphone. And this is what you can do in a data center. Do the lines point? Correctly. Anyway, so there are like different problems. I'm not sure if I'm drawing things right. But as time goes on, the problem can first be solved only in a data center. But a couple years, you're allowed a couple of years, like about 10 years. And the problems that were only possible to do in a data center are now solvable on PCs. Another decade later, the stuff that was doable on PCs is now solvable on smartphones. And this was the case for a very long time, even before smartphones became a thing. Before smartphones, there were those handheld devices. Those were like PDAs or like personal organizers before smartphones became a thing. But this property of like, first you can do something on a mainframes, like we do not have mainframes anymore. Now we have those data centers. Then PCs, then handheld computers. This is like a law of nature. So the stuff that you can do only on PCs right now, in a decade you will be able to do on a handheld computer. And the same applies to data centers. Same will happen with language models. The models that can run on PCs right now, in a couple of years they will run on smartphones, and the models that run on data centers will run on PCs. But the data centers will switch to bigger models by then. So yeah, the stuff like Claude, like the stuff that I'm using subscription for right now, local models will take over those kind of work, but there will be probably more capable models that will only be able to run on data centers in the future. I'm not sure if Anthropic is going to release a local model, because maybe they will just focus on this segment, on the stuff that you need data center for. And the PC stuff, they will just leave to other companies, focus on this. Yeah, because Meta is releasing some open source models. Google is releasing Gemmas. And there are tons of Chinese companies that are releasing stuff meant optimized for being run on a PC.
But what the incentive is going to be to use old coding LM when there's a crazy good one on the horizon which is capable of shipping entire products on its own, but it's on the data center with a hefty price tag on it.
I guess the price tag would be the motivation.
Especially that you can't scale data centers forever.
Yeah. The stuff that you run on a data center is always about a decade ahead of a single PC. It's not exactly a decade, but it's in this ballpark. On a data center, you typically have something like, like 100,000 PCs, about something like that in terms of compute. But even if you have a data center, maybe more than 10,000. Yeah, 100,000 sounds right.
Millions, probably, but yeah.
No. I mean, I remember I was literally working at Google and scheduling jobs on a data center. I remember there was this one situation where there was an intern and he was scheduling some batch job, and he scheduled it to just use, the unused compute. And there was a new a data center was rebooting or something like that, and that intern, he was the only person who had anything, to compute. So he got the full cluster basically for himself. And it was something about, if I remember correctly, it was something around 100,000 machines. So that was a single data center.
Considering Open Gate project, etc.
I am honestly not really. I am roughly optimistic about those models being, released. Being released, The progress isn't really that fast in this space. It's mostly around training data. Training data and optimizing the models. In terms of new techniques, I don't see really that many new tricks being developed. There are some techniques that extend the attention to longer periods. There are tricks, attention, so that you can have a bigger context. There are tricks that save compute. But that's about it. A lot of the progress is about kind of encouraging the models to do a little bit more thinking by default. So the thought process of embedded in the AI model is more. It follows this planning phase and the execution phase. But this was a technique that was, from the first days of agents. GPT 3.5, the first one that became popular. Even this one, people kept saying that, hey, you just have to prompt it to plan and to explain its thinking before it starts doing the work. And I feel like a lot of the progress is just about keep doing this over and over.
I'm optimist as well, but the price tag especially, during hefty use already goes into thousands for me. It's like 60 in my monthly expenditure.
Oh yeah, and this is a lot. Yeah. I'm not spending that much. I have just the basic, subscription.
So I'm worried that over time, with the models getting much bigger and resource dependent, the costs will skyrocket. That could deepen the differences between public investor-backed companies and normal, small companies privately held.
Yeah, and this is the only real risk of AI, is that it's possible that the access to AI is going to be unequal in the future. Because the models, they are, the people who theorize about risks of AI, they often theorize that models could run amok, they could turn against their masters. This totally is not going to happen. Like, the only way that a model can work, it has to print its own thoughts. It cannot really do anything without you seeing what it's doing. It's super transparent. The only problem is that the social problem of, unequal access to the tools. This is the same problem that, more than 100 years ago prompted, communist revolution, the different access to capital. That to create stuff, you need to have access to those tools. I think this is why we have democracy. Democratic governments can establish laws that, capital cannot be hoarded. Democratic governments could require that models have to be executable locally, for instance. This is the best solution against those risks, the risk of unequal access to AI tools.
Agreed. But don't you think that democratic governments tend to a halt when it comes to changes adjustments?
I don't know. I do not have too much experience. Definitely. One thing I can for sure say about democratic governments is that they produce more egalitarian laws. The laws that promote equality among citizens. Because, in democracy, it's not a well-functioning democracy if you have social stratification.
Due to having dozens of governing bodies consult each other on timeframes, and the bureaucracy scales only up.
Yeah, that's a feature. That's a feature, not a problem. We have laws such as GDPR, for instance, that pretty much prevented. It basically stopped these personal data exchanges. It basically eliminated them from being an industry. Same thing could happen to AI. If AI turns out to be a strategic topic, for example, for European Union, it's probably going to introduce a law requiring
I'm not saying that every law is bad. That's not what I meant. It's just that when the government is combined of people with opposing views and coming with governing bodies that do exactly the same, it just goes to a halt over time when it comes to any actually improvements.
I think this is not true only for governments. This is true for any organization. And every organization, to stay effective, it has to fight red tape and slow processes. Government also needs governments. Countries also need the same mechanisms as businesses, really. You also have those ossified companies that follow, like banks. They don't have pressure, they don't have external pressure, and they don't care about streamlining their internal processes. And in many financial institutions, you also have the same problems. Every company, every institution has these problems, public and private ones. It's not different, really. Sweet. Yes.
Still, a major difference between big systemic company and an innovative one where one points the direction. Same as you have us in China conflict and war. For technological progress, billions through.
You mean that disagreement could slow key decisions? Yeah. It's probably safer to have this sort of disagreement than to have bad decisions.
Despite not supporting CCP, you have to seem the capacity to centrally plan the progress in a way that maximizes improvements to sectors.
Yeah. I still think that the democratic approach without, somebody in control who can just, order everybody to do what he wants, it's probably better. It's good to not make mistakes, If you're starting from zero, it's probably easier to progress fast.
And sometimes when the news goes out, it just amazes that a government can build hospitals on a weekend when we struggle to build a building for a decade or so, just because of governing bodies changing every election and pausing and unpausing the project, etc.
I think you may be do not believe the stuff that you hear online too much. A lot of this is just propaganda. Hospitals are not built over a weekend. This is made up story. Even if there was such a hospital, it was probably a one, and it was a propaganda stunt. Yeah, in terms of making good decisions, in terms of investments, I kind of trust the people in the government enough. I was watching some talks where the ministers, who are responsible for technology, where they were, talking about different things. And consultations. I was watching some consultations which were streamed online. And those guys, the ministers, they're actually smart people. You can see that they are not educated technically. They are not experts themselves, but when talking with other people, they seem to be able to filter through the bullshit quite well and, make decent decisions. And funnily enough,
there's loads of propaganda, but on numerous occasions there are CCTV footage from decades pre-AI. So the capacity, I think, is there, especially when you see the way it's done, prefabricated stuff, or platforms to move entire houses to ensure maximum space use, and just different solution to the same problems.
yeah. Anyway, my point was I am not worried at all about the capacity of democratic governments to make right decisions. I'm actually quite happy that there is a decision process that accounts for all stakeholders. It only matters who we elect, to those governing bodies. As long as we find capable people who know how to get stuff done and how to be efficient in an organization, and it's fine.
That's an impossible task, seems like. Due to the elections being a celebrity contest. No.
I think we have to fight tribalism, whenever we can. I think if we do this, it's going to be fine. Not all celebrities are, stupid. It's just you have to avoid identifying with them. And if you see that other people start, identifying with some tribe in politics, that can cloud judgment. Because you stop thinking about, what's the best for you. You start thinking about who's your team. Yeah. So different people approach debates differently, different people who watch debates. Debates are very important, in any democracy, because this is where you can hear opinions directly from source. If you approach a debate from the perspective of, here is my team and here is the enemy team, you're not going to take out... you're not going to benefit from the debate at all.
Agreed that not every celebrity is stupid or anything. But when the major thing that comes to being elected isn't competence, but rather influence.
Yeah. This is problematic. But nobody ever, I think, implemented meritocracy. So as long as somebody figures this out, democracy is the best popularity contests. I mean, we shouldn't pretend those are popularity contests. Those are I think it was Aristotle who classified different types of government into, and he differentiated between ochlocracy and democracy. And the democracy was, the government by, intelligent people making decisions. And the other one, the ochlocracy, was the rule of the mob.
I mean, the democracy is the best system we've thought of so far.
Yeah.
But its construction, when it comes to being elected, seems flawed on so many levels.
Yeah. I think there is this one component of democracy which is probably not functioning very well, and this is the access to information. I think it takes a lot of effort to stay informed, and there is a lot of low quality information online, or like just manipulative information.
I love Polish government. It's a fiesta. I see that smile of yours, haha.
Yeah. I think a lot of important decisions is not going to happen at the national government level. They will probably be happening at the EU level. And I'm actually excited about this. It was called Europe of Two Speeds idea, where some countries can opt in to this more streamlined government, where the Union will have more capabilities. I'm also pretty happy that Poland kind of is joining this effort. I think it's a very good idea. man, stop thinking. It's like the plan is so clear. Just do it.
Do you think the effort of you towards being carbon neutral are justified, considering the cost per capita and global effort?
I haven't been thinking much about this. I always thought, like, we've just been talking about policies, in countries, that this is a systemic problem, and the best way to address it, it's a problem where, I think people call this externalities, or like external costs, whereby doing stuff, driving your car, buying food, and so on, we are all producing, pollution in the environment. I always thought that the best way of addressing those externalities is through taxes, is to just, introduce taxes that will offset the negative effects on the environment, or everything that negatively affects environment.
Okay, but if let's say we're not making that much pollution, as other nations are India, China, all the major country with billion people. Don't we cause a major cost for our citizens with minor change in global issues?
I think China is also trying to, I think most countries are introducing some kind of carbon-based taxes now. It's not like, only Europe is doing this, like everybody is. And carbon neutral, you use this term, it's actually a very nice objective, because the objective is to have just no impact.
Not to such lengths as we are.
No, I don't think it's a good idea to compare effort on all levels, on personal level and on national level. If you're starting to compare, who makes the most effort, like what's your point? You think somebody should strive to take the least effort?
I mean, if we're okay with making all strict laws that make our lives harder to compete internationally, whilst making minor effort towards global issue.
if you are concerned about global competition, which I'm not sure if it's even valid thing to be concerned about, then taxes can be applied on international trade.
It seems rather pointless, or maybe too strict too quick to address many issues that come with strict changes. Let's say I bought my home like 5 years ago, right? And then there was this building directive implemented that forces me to make improvements to such home under the premise of fines.
Yeah, I can totally see this. I live in a neighborhood where tons of people use coal to heat their homes. A common problem in Poland. And it's pretty shit, the air quality around here.
And it's not a cost that you can offset over time, but rather a strict deadline forcing you to go out of your way.
Yeah. It depends how law is implemented. But yeah, in general, sometimes those things are necessary. If there was no law, requiring people to do something, then, kids wouldn't be going to school. There would be basically no social infrastructure at all. Yeah, sometimes law is necessary.
I mean, the direction isn't wrong per se, but rather the execution forcing everybody to do it quicker and quicker.
It's funny because like a couple, lines above you were wondering that maybe it's good to have, government that can make, hard decisions, like that and force people to do stuff.
Makes the supply-demand chain a nightmare due to premiums, too.
Yeah. I think this is why, the democratic process is a good one, because it's a nice trade-off. You elect people to represent you, and the decisions are it needs some kind of agreement from everybody. Sometimes, laws like that are necessary. But it's not a frequent thing. It's only when, current situation, status quo is a problem. Like with, for example, the heating issue in Poland, where we are using too much coal and it's impacting health of people.
I mean, the sole governing body can allocate resources much more effectively. I still die by that point. Not saying it's better by any means.
Allocate resources more effectively. I wouldn't be so sure. I actually think that it's not really about resource allocation. It's about promoting, innovativeness. It's about providing safety, and confidence, that the system works. Safety in a safe environment, it's okay to take risks. And if you have like a sole governing body, it's very rare that such governing body will produce equal society with which promotes innovativeness, hard work, and so on. It will probably produce a stratified society.
In a controlled environment, it's even easier. Yeah, we even have a comparison between North Korea and China being sole governing bodies.
Yeah. No, North Korea is pretty extreme, but yeah.
One goes to be a giant when it comes to new technology and general economy growth, and the other starves people.
China is very large, but it's still a long way before it, catches up. I think a lot of the development that we are seeing is because I'm not sure if you're from Poland, but we also in the 90s, we started from a very low, starting point, and because of that, the development in Poland seems to be, going very fast. But it's not going to be like that forever. It's slowing down, Technology is not a national thing, it's a global progress.
Yes, I'm Polish and a politician, haha, blue.
When there is progress happening, wherever in the world, all countries benefit from this. This is not a competition where somebody has to win.
Agree that everybody benefits, to a certain degree. Because on a large scale, as Amazon and generally a lot of major companies show, They can suppress their own profit for disadvantage to other competing companies in order to maximize profit long term, once the competition can't keep up anymore.
Yeah. Companies do this. But countries also do this. It's not... it's more of a market thing. Okay, so working with this new Opus, it feels a little bit like... I like the flow that it's following right now. It's like it's coming up with something like a design doc for a small change that I'm asking for. And I can rather easily check the plan and approve it or ask it to change it. Blah blah blah. Yeah, and it outlines the problem, everything. This is nice. I wanted to do this for a long time. Amazing. Yes. Let's see how my context usage. Not bad, not bad. I think that should build now. Wait. Things seem to work. Oh, even this play button started working. Okay, I guess I will not drain my extra usage just yet. I will finish this split of locations, because I think I can do this with agents now. But I will do this later, after my context refreshes. So this is going to be in the evening. Okay, I guess it's also time to make a verdict on this Opus 4.6, and I like it. I cannot deny it's good. The only problem is very high token usage. Like, when I was asking for a bigger plan, I basically asked it to create a plan, and that planning, it used half of my subscription basically. So they probably gave this extra credit just so that people can, try this out. But it is painful. It is painful to see the credits drain so quickly.
I'm back.
Yeah. I think I will be using this Opus 4.6. It's also nice that after it's out of credits, I can, switch to manual coding or do whatever. It's a nice way to code, definitely. Even if I had this max subscription though, it would still not be not a lot of tokens. Anyway, this is it. We pushed Automat forward in terms of, code cleanups. I think I will finish this over the weekend so that next week we maybe go back to the syncing mechanism. So in Automat there is this new syncing mechanism, and I think it's probably high time we work more on that. Running, sync, yeah. This should work better. Anyway, this will come next week. So, see you then. Bye bye.